Good evening. I'm calling this special meeting to order. Thanks to each of you for being here. The time is precisely 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with a quorum, and I might add full board here. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on this agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but this board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on this agenda. However, this board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry. 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry. 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of any kind will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers, and we also ask that you not approach the podium unless you are speaking. Also, please do not play audio recordings, and I want to make sure everybody knows audio recordings are not allowed. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock over there will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are indeed stronger and build better solutions when we maximize our public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. First speaker is Holly Plemons, followed by Mr. Mike C.
Good evening, Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I'm here to talk to you guys today about 3A, academic return on investment. Are you getting an academic return on your investment in regards to rhythm? The answer is no. It doesn't serve an academic purpose in any way, form, or fashion. All I have asked for repeatedly, over and over and over, is for you guys to get consent. Of course, I want you to end the contract. Absolutely. I know the dangers behind rhythm. All I'm asking you to do is get consent. Tell these parents what you're signing them up for, what you're signing their children up for. They are other people's children, and you need to be getting consent. Why would you not do this? I don't understand why. Board, you need to be asking your chiefs, why are they not doing this? Why are they simply not getting consent from parents? It's not that hard of an ask for you guys to ask them. It's not that hard of an ask for them to do it, to get consent from these parents. Are you afraid to get consent? Because if the parents find out that you've been monkeying around with their kids' brains, doing psychological evaluations without consent by untrained people, that they're not going to be happy, get consent or end the contract. You need to do one or the other. Are you guys aware that there is an elementary school in Fort Worth ISD that has completely opted out of rhythm? All of their parents found out, so the principal's not doing it. There's that many parents that are concerned, an entire elementary school. Talk to your chiefs. You are supposed to be the one running the school. Talk to them. Get them to get the consent or end the contract. The other thing I was going to talk to you about is the Esser funds. When you guys spend Esser funds on equity, there's no proven positive results when schools push equity. This is a wasteful spending of Esser funds, and back before the public was kicked out of the Rubber Stamp Racial Equity Committee, I was at a meeting there where members were salivating over the $407 million in Esser funds and said, how can we make sure that every single penny goes to only black and brown kids? Does that not shock anybody? It sure shocked me. It's been almost a year since that was said, and it sure shocks me. It's on recording if anybody wants to hear it too. When are we going to stop this? At what point? How many times do we have to get up and say things about it? There is no data. Mr. Phillips and Ms. Breed, both of them said that there's no data that proves it does any good. Stop wasting our money. Work with parents. It's all we're asking you to do. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Mike C. will be followed by Wanda McKinney.
Good evening. The following are my concerns of the academic return on investment. Equity is a word that weaponizes empathy and ultimately delivers racism towards others in such a way it excludes others. Ms. Ramsey, not long ago you requested 5 people that each trustee thinks the new super should know, or 5 people each trustee would like you to know. I will help you with this. To me, I believe it is very important to know who is in your circle and the concerns of the parent and the taxpayer. With what I want to introduce to you is one of your Twitter followers, Miss Norma Garcia Lopez. One issue with Fort Worth ISD is the racial equity meetings. These meetings in the past were held with public participation. Often far-left radicals like the Marxist group United Fort Worth were brought in an attempt to intimidate. Also, Ricky Clark would bring in my brother's keepers and my sister's keepers, and they would fill up the seats. During the period of public participation, a parent called the co-chair of the Racial Equity Committee, and a message was left with the parent's concerns. The parent received a call back with a hateful racist message that was left on the concerned parent's phone. The chair of the REC, Mr. Phillips, and the board were made aware of the hateful racist message that was left with the concerned parent. They did nothing. Shortly after the REC meeting was held, the REC agenda seemed to be to applaud and give accolades to the co-chair, Norma Garcia. Also, a statement was made by the chair, Mr. Phillips, and the co-chair, Ms. Lopez, that she was staying in her position. Shortly after Ms. Lopez announced her own resignation of that REC chair that she held. The next REC meeting was with the context of more of a public participatory meeting conducted. The far-left radical Marxist group United Fort Worth attended and disrupted the meeting by objecting to those that were recording the meeting. The REC chair, Mr. Phillips, insisted on not recording. The parents and the taxpayers did not comply, and Mr. Phillips officially ended the meeting. After that REC meeting, all further REC meetings were held in secret. Ms. Ramsey, when will the racial equity meetings be held in public again? Will you answer these parents and the taxpayers? Everyone on this board has heard that recording of that racist rant from the co-chair. I don't need to play it again. Ms. Ramsey, if you would like a copy of that recording.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. C. Wanda McKinney will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
Ooh, talk about perfect timing. How y'all doing? Good evening, Superintendent Ramsey, Madam President, and Board. Welcome, Dr. Ramsey. I'm very hopeful and excited about the future of Fort Worth ISD under your leadership. I like that you're meeting with stakeholders individually and collectively in an effort to understand the needs of our students and how best to address those needs expeditiously. I pray God's wisdom, guidance, and peace for you as you embark on this very tedious journey. In regards to the return of investment of Esser funds, I'd like to give a couple of shout-outs. I credit Dr. Marcy Sorensen and her team with innovative thinking in creating Saturday Learning Quests. I believe the rigor of the curriculum coupled with fun learning that SLQ offers students have been hugely successful not only in improving students' academic outcomes, but also their social and emotional well-being. I'm glad that it's being extended to higher grade levels. Dr. Washington's team of family engagement specialists have brought a high level of care and concern for students and their families that the district has not been able to attain before now. Campuses have dedicated specialists on site whose outreach efforts not only increase student attendance, but also offers families assistance with their basic needs. These types of relationships are crucial to rebuilding trust between Fort Worth ISD and the communities you serve. But there is much more that needs to be done in regards to equitable distribution of Esser funds by campus. We need dedicated behavioral interventionists, social workers, and/or psychologists to support students and teachers' mental health needs. We also need dedicated reading and math specialists for our early learners in grades K through 2. I think those grades have been kind of overlooked because we've been concentrating on 3 through 8 the star takers, especially on the east side of Fort Worth, where most of our African American and African students reside, and they are underserved and marginalized. More importantly than the monetary ROI is the long-term ROI, are results of investing in our students' lives and livelihoods. Let's make the next 2 years of Esser funds count for our students. Let's all get it right. They're depending on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Scott Blanco Davis will follow Carrie Raymeyer.
Good evening, Board. Tonight you will hear a Level 3 grievance from a parent concerning illegal surveillance of our students through surveys, predictive analytics, and artificial intelligence. The Board and the public need to understand that the Fort Worth ISD is violating laws of the state of Texas and the federal government. These violations put at risk millions of dollars in funding. Please get familiar with the following laws: the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, PPRA, and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, COPA. These laws provide parents with a laundry list of rights, including the right to be informed of whoever the district intends to disclose personally identifiable information to, the right of parents to opt out their students from activities involving collection, disclosure, and use of personal information for marketing or to sell or otherwise distribute to others, opportunities to review a student's information and/or have it deleted, and the ability to prevent any further use or collection of the student's personal information. Regarding student surveys, instructional materials, or evaluations that deal with highly sensitive issues such as political and religious affiliations, mental and psychological problems, and sexual behavior and attitudes, among other things. If federally funded, the schools must have written parental consent. If not federally funded, parents still must be notified in advance of the survey and have the right to opt their children out of participating. In either case, schools and/or their contractors must make these instructional materials or surveys available for inspection by parents ahead of time to allow them to decide whether to consent or opt out. In a letter from a licensed psychologist who reviewed the websites of Fort Worth ISD SEL vendors that has been submitted into evidence for this grievance, she made several points. Where are the research studies showing the reliability and validity of the surveys? She couldn't find any. Are those responsible for administering and interpreting the surveys licensed specialists in school psychology, LSSPs, as required by the Texas Administrative Code? Well, according to the Tardy District and Campus Innovation Plans, those responsible for the rollout are counselors, intervention specialists, administrators, and teachers. Are they all LSSPs as legally and ethically required? Did subjects give informed consent for the research and surveillance? Minors cannot. The Texas Education Code says written consent must be obtained from the parent. This has not been done and continues to be a problem. Parents should be asking, where's our informed consent? Where are the required opt-outs? Where are the data sharing agreements? Who has seen and assessed my child's data? Who has access to it now? Where is it being stored and who is profiting from it? I don't think parents are going to like the answers to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raymeyer. Mr. Scott Blanco Davis will be followed by Kathy Wilburn.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Ramsey. Good afternoon, board members. I know since like 2017, 2016, I've been coming up and bringing concerns. And today, I got to really say, not a concern I'm going to bring up. I'm coming to say thank you. The raises, the changes in salary, the bonuses, moving nurses back to where they feel safe, because God knows they get a lot of money in the private sector. They feel safe in their employment and their pay. The things you've done to balance out the pay has taken a huge burden off my counselors, my teachers, my almost every staff member. And I hope it goes to say that I don't always bring something bad. Today I'm saying thank you. That 4% raise, the staying bonuses. I've worked for the district when I took a pay cut. When they brought in new insurance, I took a take-home pay cut for 2 years straight to stay with the district. And I was a little worried about that this year because of gas and food. My gas price was going to double nearly just to get to work. And I was looking to maybe have to get into my savings. The things you have done has made you more competitive, but more importantly, you've taken some of the burden off your employees. And I just came to say thank you. Y'all have a great day, and I appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco Davis. Kathy Wilburn will be followed by Meredith Bowman. If Ms. Wilburn is not here, Ms. Bowman, would you come forward? And Ms. Bowman will be followed by Joe Palmer.
Good evening, Superintendent Ramsey, Madam President, and the rest of the board. I'm Meredith Bowman, mom of two, Fort Worth ISD taxpayer and Fort Worth ISD teacher. I only have a few questions and some comments regarding Esser funds. As I was looking into TEA data on the ratings today, I found that Fort Worth ISD had reported 23 schools that were not rated. I was wondering why those schools were not rated. Then I noticed 38 schools were reported not rated in 2018-2019. I, however, ran out of time today to compare to see if these schools were the same schools that were not rated, like they both were the same schools. So my question is that the case? I also questioned the B rating because I know that we have all heard how far behind all of our students are in learning. So how we are going from a C rating to a B rating, we still have 60% of our students not able to read at third grade level. I further noticed that there are 107 district parent partnership positions fully funded with Esser funds. That is a total from the August meeting. I was looking back at the slides. That's a total of $3.2 million in 2021 through 2022. It is unclear to me exactly what these positions are actually doing. I'm sorry, the woman that spoke earlier kind of went into that. I did kind of look on the slides that explained a few of those things. It said 100,000 phone calls were made to parents for attendance encouragement. 2,900 parents attended Why Attendance Matter classes. 737 parents attended Parent Academy. And it was logged that 23,000 parents signed up to participate in campus events. My question is, but did they actually participate? Did those things actually make a difference? And did all these initiatives actually link to the campuses who did improve? And then the one last thing I did notice is that there were 7,000 dads who signed up for All Pro Dads on 35 campuses. But again, which campuses are those? Are those the ones that we saw improvement on? And then did these things that actually were done through the parent initiatives, did this actually help our students' academics? And also, is having not rated schools a true representation of our district as a whole? I question the equality on this if the campuses that were D's and F's didn't get counted. One last question, and are these the ways that we determine where our ESSER funds are going to be allocated? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Mr. Joe Palmer will be followed by Amy Super. Amy Super will be followed by J.R. Martinez.
Good evening, board. Have a question, and I know you can't answer it, but it's just kind of a question and comment. I know that at one point we switched how we were doing public comment when we were doing it on the agenda, and that we had an incident, where public comments went into pretty late in the night. So I appreciate the fact that we're doing them earlier in the meeting, but when it comes to special meetings where we're limited to only commenting on things on the agenda, I've noticed several comments tonight about the two items that are going to be discussed on the agenda, and I'm wondering if a lot of those questions might be answered when they give their reports. So we probably could have avoided maybe some of this time of public comments if we could have heard what they were going to say before we had to make our comments. That would be helpful. Just an idea. I had a couple questions about the Leadership Academy networks. Started poking around, which I know our board president loves when I do that. I see it was established as a result of SB 1882 in 2017. I find very little information, though, about it on your district website, which really surprises me because I find the website to be quite comprehensive normally. But in this case, I've got this document, and this document, and that's about it. So if there's more information other than things that were done in 2017 and 2019, I'd love to be directed to where I can find that, but I'm not seeing it. That still gives me a couple questions, though. It would appear that this is a partnership, and it looks like we're doing this with Texas Wesleyan. And one of my questions is, it talks about the fact that Texas Wesleyan will operate and manage the schools under a performance contract. I'd like to see that contract. I'd like to know the metric upon which it's founded and how those schools are performing. But then further down it says the campuses will remain Fort Worth ISD schools, staffed by Fort Worth ISD employees, and students are still Fort Worth ISD students. Although I found some conflicting information about that when I went to the TEA website and read about this. So I'd like some clarification on that. And like I said, I might get it when those reports are given tonight. That would have been nice to have had beforehand, so I'd know whether or not to waste my time to drive all the way over here and ask you these questions. I think that might be all I have to ask for tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, heard the little beep and thought it was my beep. Just want to mention one thing that I did like about the LANs. I liked under the FAQ what's required of parents, guardians at the Leadership Academy. There was a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Great requirements. Just wondering if there are any consequences for failing to meet those requirements with those schools. If someone can answer that, that would be great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Super. And next we have former Fort Worth ISD trustee J.R. Martinez, who now serves on the TID Board of Directors. And Mr. Martinez, if you need to go a little bit over the 3 minutes because you're presenting to us, please feel free to.
Sure, appreciate it. Thank you, Board. And like Toby said, my name is J.R. Martinez, Tarrant Appraisal District Board. Appreciate the support you gave me the past couple of years. And one of the promises I did make to the board and to the district was that I would come in and give updates. So once again, TAD certified the 2022 appraisal roll early on July 21st, despite a record number of protests. TAD has certified the roll on time for over the past 14 years. TAD received over 188,000 protests in 2022, which was a 22% increase over last year. The reason for the high number of protests is due to the extremely active real estate market, which we've all seen and heard. TAD estimated that residential property values would increase on average of 20% in 2022. However, because of the real estate market was strong all over the state of Texas, and the state average increase was 24%. Some counties, such as Somerville, saw an increase of up to 60% in their values. Demand continues to outpace supply, resulting in higher home prices. Higher home prices also contributed to more interest from investors in the apartment sector. While TAD did see a record number of protests this year, over 70% of the protests filed were filed by professional property tax consultants. TAD accurately and timely transmitted monthly data supplements to tax offices in Tarrant, Johnson, Denton, Dallas, and Parker counties. TAD implemented an online homestead application process at the end of 2021. This allows property owners to file for exemptions electronically without the need to come into the office. TAD has seen great success with the utilization of this convenient application process, and the total online applications received to date is over 24,000. TAD continues to improve the online protest process and value negotiation tools, which help facilitate resolutions in value disputes. TAD will also be working to enhance its website to increase transparency for Tarrant County taxpayers. Recognized as one of the best places to work for in Fort Worth by Fort Worth Inc. magazine in 2021, TAD again was recognized as one of the best places to work for in Fort Worth in 2022. This honor is a result of employees responding to questions via an anonymous survey produced and controlled by Fort Worth Inc. magazine. In addition, in August of 2016, TAD was awarded the Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration by the International Association of Assessing Officers. Of the 3,140 jurisdictions across the nation and internationally that were eligible to apply, TAD was one of only 35 organizations that have ever received this recognition. In September 2022, TAD was again recognized with the recertification of the same award. This designation process grades and evaluates appraisal offices on their demonstration of the highest level of proficiency utilizing the best appraisal and assessment practices. Just this month, and finally, TAD was notified that it has successfully passed all of the State Comptroller's 2022 Methods and Assistance Program reviews, which evaluates and grades appraisal districts on adherence to state law, policies, governance, and best practices. TAD received a perfect score, and the Comptroller's Office had no recommendations for changes or alterations. Board, I appreciate your time and your support, and I wish you a good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And I'd like to point out you are the first TAD Board of Director to give us reports, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the board. At this time, I'll once again call Joe Palmer. I want to thank each of you for sharing your thoughts tonight. We'll move to reports and presentations. Next is the Esser Fund Board update. I will turn it over to Superintendent Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you. This evening, we're going to hear from our CFO, Chief Arrieta Candelaria, who's going to discuss the academic return on investment on our Esser 3 funded programs.
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Jackson, Dr. Ramsey, members of the board. I'm Carmen Arrieta Candelaria. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Fort Worth ISD, and I'm pleased this evening to present this report. Just to remind the board a little bit, on February 22nd, 2022, the board did approve a contract that would assist the district in establishing a system or a framework for evaluating the effectiveness of ESSER-funded programs or initiatives. Since that time, we have been working with the district management group, or the DM group, as they're commonly known, to develop this system. The assessment of a program or initiative or initiative's AROI, or academic return on investment, is critical to the district's identification of those ESSER-funded activities that need to be sustained or funded in the future with either general fund or other grant dollars. Additionally, our goal is to institutionalize this process into our evaluative practices so that we can make those fiscal decisions as we move towards a structured, balanced budget. So this is important and critical work. And with me from my division is Ms. Marjette Crespo. She is the Senior Officer for Grants and Development Department. And also Dr. Stacy Burrell, who is our Director of Grants Monitoring and Compliance. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to John Kim, who is the CEO and founder of DM Group, and he'll make his introductions.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is John Kim. I'm the CEO and founder. And I wear one other hat in the context that I've had a chance and the privilege to meet some of you. I'm also a professor at Harvard Business School and the co-chair of the PELP program, Public Education Leadership Project. Over the years, in conjunction with the Council of Great City Schools, I've also launched something called ABC, Accelerating Board Capacity. So I've had the the wonderful privilege of working with several of you. So we have a very full team that's working on this project, and with me, I have a couple of colleagues that are here, and so I'll just briefly introduce them and then give them a chance to say hello. But we have Tess Nicholson-Powers, who's our director, and she is in charge of our day-to-day project, as well as Dr. Paul Cruz. He's our senior advisor. He was formerly the superintendent of Austin ISD. And we've actually done this work with him, and so we're really excited to have him as part of our team because he provides context, real experience on how to make sure that this gets implemented well, and then we're rounded out by a full team. Tess and Paul, would you like to just quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, great to meet you all. Thank you so much for having us. It's been wonderful over the past couple of months, just really understanding deeply the current processes as it relates to allocation, monitoring, and evaluation. And so excited to share what we've done thus far and where we'll be going.
Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to be here at Fort Worth ISD. My name is Paul Cruz. I'm former superintendent, as John mentioned, of the Austin Independent School District. Was there in my 7th year before I left the Austin School District to then pursue other opportunities as a professor at the University of Texas at Austin. But Fort Worth was actually one of our similar like campuses that we always compared ourselves to. So we didn't look at traffic, because traffic is better here in Fort Worth, but it was really nice coming down 35 today. But it's very similar demographically as far as enrollment. As I was superintendent, we're 82,000 students, so we're very comparable in enrollment, 130 campuses. And also the demographic breakdown of the school systems are very similar. So I just sort of bring that level of experience as far as having gone through a process to get to a solution. But the main thing is, are we doing things in a better way for all students? And that always has to be the question, and our responses need to be aligned to that in some way. If not, then it needs to change. But I'm really happy to be here with you.
Great, thank you so much. Just a couple other introductory remarks. One is that District Management Group was founded in 2004. One of the distinctive things that we do is that we work with districts of all sizes, locations. We're in 30 states and types. And as much as we value districts that are very similar in demographics and context, we also can have opportunities to learn from very different districts of different sizes. So we just bring that perspective, a very diverse and wide perspective. And then this is both our logo and our mission, and I think this is very pertinent to the discussion we're having today. We define our goals as partnering with school districts to help with sustainable performance improvement. And the way we think about performance is the intersection of what's really great for students, student outcomes at the top, operational efficiency, which really in school districts, given the fact that it's so much focused on people, it's really about making sure that the operations are set up for success for people. And then third, doing that in a cost-effective way. So our logo is the intersection of those three things. We have to do all three things on a sustainable, scalable basis, and we've been around since 2004 pursuing that goal. So for today, we're going to give you a quick overview of our goals and scope, where we are in the progress and timeline, and some next steps, and of course, take some question and answer. The Esser funding, just taking a step back, with COVID, Esser funding has given this country, and specifically the district, an unprecedented opportunity to look at how funding is being used to address a wide variety of needs. I always like to say to my students, as well as when I'm working with school districts all around the country, that school districts are literally the most complex organization. If you think about the work that you do, how you have to do it with limited funds, no choices around who actually comes through your doors, you're doing it with people of all backgrounds, it is an incredibly complex work. And most of your dollars in a typical year goes to people. So that means you have very little flexibility on additional funds. And so there's constant work on seeing how that work is being spent and looking at the efficiency and the efficacy. The Esser funds has given you this unprecedented opportunities to go beyond that. It's really a one-time opportunity, but it's a significant opportunity. And so first of all, I laud all of you and the district for your leadership in thinking about not only looking at how the budget will be spent, but also looking at it in a frame of let's make sure that the money is spent well, and it's going to be a foundation for all the work and aligned strategically to what's important to the district. And let's make sure that we know that making sure that we know that it's both cost effective and effective for students, those two things at the same time. And so our partnership with all of you is really around the Esser funding is the catalyst for creating and aligning a district-wide system and processes to help manage the budgets and monitor spending. And then also looking at the impact and the cost of those funds, but really more broadly, creating a system, capabilities, and the conditions so that as a district, you're always constantly looking at the work that you do in both the effectiveness for your students and the families, but also the cost effectiveness around how that money is spent. So the big questions that we are working to understand is most districts, in addition to having so many work underway on a day-to-day basis, there are a lot of initiatives and programs that have been created or being started to address the variety of needs that you face on a day-to-day basis. But oftentimes, you have these very key questions that come up all the time. Which programs really drive student achievement and outcomes? Which programs should be expanded to serve more students? Which programs seem kind of effective, but really are an ineffective use of funds? And we're living in a world of not of plenty, but we're in a world where you always have to make trade-offs. For the marginal dollar, for that incremental dollar, would you rather spend it on initiative A or B? And do some programs work for some student segments, but not for others? Because oftentimes, the results aren't black and white. If it were our jobs, your jobs would be a lot easier. Oftentimes, they're in this gray zone. And what happens is you find out that some programs work for some students, but not for others. So what we're really trying to do in partnership with all of you is to create the capacity to ask some very simple but important questions. Is this initiative working? For whom is it working, and at what cost? So if you look at the triangle on the right-hand side, there are these three legs of what constitutes an academic return on investment. So on the right-hand side, you have student segments. You want to actually analyze the need by specific actionable groupings of students. Then third, on the left-hand side, you want to look at those outcomes by mastery of learning, success objectives, and growth over time. And then finally, you want to look at that on what we call a fully loaded cost. Budgets, specifically in a public institution such as a school district, budgets are a tool to make sure that you account for the dollars from the sources that it came, and we are accountable to how it's spent. They're not set up in such a way to help us make better leadership and management decisions around what was the total cost, not just books and materials and people dedicated to a specific program, but how about the indirect? How about all of your time? How about the superintendent's time, the leadership time that went into it? Things that are not specifically on that budget, but cost you significant amounts nonetheless. So what we're really trying to do is capture the fully loaded cost so that you can ask these questions. Is this initiative working? For whom? And how is it working? So at the end of the day, what we want to do is to take those initiatives and array them on this 2x2 matrix. This is oversimplified, but it helps you to understand. On one side, we want to look at impact. How effective is a program? On the other dimension, we want to look at what is this fully loaded cost? What is it actually costing us? So for the ones that are having a high impact and high cost, right there on the right-hand side, on the top right-hand side, you want to look at, is this a high impact, high cost? Do we want to prioritize it or do we want to refine it? If it's high cost but low impact on the bottom right-hand side, maybe we need to address fixing it or maybe even sunsetting it. If it's low impact, it's not really making an impact for students and it's low cost, maybe it's not something that we need to really think about. And for those that have a low cost and high impact, maybe we should think about investing even more. So it's really giving you the tools to make better decisions about how money is spent in order to maximize effectiveness. On the blue boxes, in most districts, you end up having discussions around, do we want to keep this or do we want to eliminate it? But really, there's so many other important choices that you can make. In addition to keeping and eliminating it, should we think about expanding it? Should we think about, maybe it works for some students and segmenting and targeting it? Maybe we should reduce it. Maybe we should think about fixing it. So we're looking at it in a much more sophisticated and a comprehensive way. And at the same time, this project will be building the capacity for the district to do that on an ongoing basis. Let me turn this over to Tess to talk about where we are in the project.
Thanks, John. So I'm going to go through just our project progress and timeline. I think first, just what's been so unique, I've done this work in many districts across the country, and being able to take this opportunity to focus on Esser and really use this as an opportunity to then build the capabilities to roll this out district-wide. So there are 3 phases of our work. Phase 1, we did a little diagnostic where we did interviews with district leaders to understand what are the current allocation, monitoring, and eventually evaluation processes for these ESSER 3 funded initiatives. And we completed that in August. I'll share a couple of the takeaways from that, which led us to phase 2 to conduct an initiatives inventory, which I'll talk more about, but to essentially take stock of what are all of the initiatives of the $261 million that you received? What data do you have on those? What are the objectives of those initiatives? So that in one place you can really understand how those funds are being used, the impact of those, and cost. Just last week, we met with all school principals to get feedback on the impact of those initiatives. They'll be working with their school sites to understand, based on how these dollars are spent, what is that impact at the school level. And through combining both this initiatives inventory and feedback from school sites, we'll prioritize 2 initiatives, as John talked about in that 2-dimension graph. What are some of those initiatives that maybe are really high cost but high impact that you may want to consider funding after ESSER 3 expires? And so doing that in-depth analysis to understand, again, that impact and cost. So all of this work plan leading us to make stronger, more strategic decisions with these funds. Some of the takeaways from the interviews that we conducted, we heard some accommodations. So first, just calling out the momentum. Of course, there was this flood of funds across the country and districts had to mobilize quickly. And we heard that is what happened here through teamwork and collaboration. The intentionality as we saw the priorities that were assigned to these ESSER 3 dollars, ensuring that funds were going to be distributed equitably. And then lastly, just ensuring that, of course, the district was in compliance. Without that, it's very hard to do any deeper studies on impact and cost, and so that is foundational, of course, to this work. Some of the areas for exploration that we heard were somewhat challenging at the start is one, just communication. So understanding what was the status of allocation of dollars, very related to sometimes unclear roles and responsibilities when it came to who is the right person to go to for questions, to get the funds allocated or monitored. And then lastly, data collection. A lot of data being collected, but really thinking towards, once we need to evaluate these initiatives, what data do we need and what data don't we need, so that there is not just data for data's sake, but that you can really get good information from that data. So these areas for exploration really led us to this initiatives inventory process in phase 2, all towards strategic decision making. So the inputs here, this initiatives inventory, which we've built, we've worked with chiefs and departments to gather all active initiatives being funded specifically by Esser and data associated with each of those initiatives, like their objectives, where the data is housed, et cetera. And those priority areas that you saw earlier, we're taking a look at, okay, how were those funds actually spent against the priority areas? How are they impacting different target student populations? And ultimately, this will give the district a very clear understanding of a high-level academic return on investment of all initiatives to drive that decision-making. It was really important to start that we define what an initiative is for the purpose of this work and inventory. So of course, we are focused on ESSER 3 funds, and also had a conversation with district leaders that in order to be included in the inventory, which again will support in strategic decision making, it needed to be aligned to one of the priorities, have a clear outcome, is ESSER dependent, so without ESSER funding would not exist, and most importantly, that the initiative has an ongoing cost through September 2024 once those funds expire, because these are the initiatives that are most urgent and will need attention and decisions made. So some examples, of course, we heard about Saturday Learning Quest earlier and summer school. Some non-examples, just for the purpose of this inventory: school supplies, HVAC systems, those that do not have ongoing costs at this time, really focusing this on the initiatives where decisions will need to be made. And the benefits of having this comprehensive initiatives inventory is having one thing in everything in one place so that you can see holistically where those funds have been spent. You can quickly identify any initiatives where data is missing, if they don't have objectives, if they don't have data available, and also that fully loaded cost, both direct and indirect costs of those funds, so that with all of this information, when September 2024 is being seen down the road, you'll be able to have the information that you need to make those good decisions. So I'm actually going to pass it over to Paul, who will talk a little bit about the benefits that he saw in Austin and how this work was implemented.
Thanks, Tess. When I look at Fort Worth ISD, you have over 76,000 students who walk through your doors every single day. That's just an incredible responsibility when you just sort of sit back and look at that. And I really do commend you for your work. Board Chair Jackson, Board Member Superintendent Ramsey, what you do every day is just incredible because you make things happen for so many children. And when we don't hit the mark, we always try to do that. So that's just is truly commendable. And I've actually never been on this side, and it actually feels really nice. But but that's an aside, right? So I'm going through a little bit of therapy here. But anyway, you know, with just the responsibilities that you have of the school system and educating our youth, between, you know, young children to kids who are in high school and going to go beyond, it's just truly incredible. Going through this process as I was superintendent, I know that you're looking at a specific universe of funds, which are ESSER funding. For us in Austin, it was actually the district budget. So it was over $860 million operating budget, right? And there was about a $60 million deficit that we needed to fix. So the main thing we want to do, of course, cut. You know, what are you going to cut? Whose job's going to go? And we really, going through this process with John, had to relearn about, it's not what you're going to cut, it's where you're going to invest. Sure, I wanted to get the district across the finish line and then live to tell about it, right? So I wanted to get there, but I want to make sure, well, how are we investing $870 million every single year? Let's take that universe and then sort of learn from the process. So while the scope was a $50 to $60 million that we had to address, I mean, somebody had to do it. And really, it really is the board and the superintendent. When it's all said and done, it really is, you know, it falls to in your leadership. And so working through this process, I learned about, let's focus on investments. So I'm talking to principals and teachers and my staff and with the board, because I wanted to make sure we got a 9-0 vote at the end, is let's look at investments. I also wanted to look at things that I'd been in the district for a while, so some things I thought were always part of the system, like goals, and having very specific measures aligned to the scorecard of the superintendent. And I'm held accountable for it, right? Somebody's got to work on it. Well, I found that some things weren't. So rather than just sort of fuss about it, it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do about it? Let's set these clear goals. Everybody has to use them, because that has to be a method to answer the question, are we making the right investments? Well, you have to know, what are your goals? And are they tied around student achievement? So you've got the student achievement goals, you have HR, you have finance and facilities and climate and all, but there have to be very specific, very measurable. And I know Fort Worth, you've been engaged in a scorecard process for a while, which I think is really a best practice, is a good thing. The other thing is around transparency. As Tess mentioned, is talking to principals. I mean, those are building leaders. Everybody knows their principal. I thought, they may or may not know me, but people know their principal. And I wanted to make sure that they were part of the process, so it wasn't a surprise. Now, we didn't do $60 million in one fell swoop, because that's, every $1 million at that time is about 16 to 17 FTEs. I don't know exactly what the count would be, but that's a big number. So we had to phase it in. But I wanted folks to know where the milestones were going to be, where the decision points were going to be, and how we were going to get there. So we may not like the end result, because I love programs. I've been in the district for a while. Those are my babies, right? But maybe they sort of outlived its purpose. Or maybe it did what it was supposed to do, and let's just call it a day, and let's just move on from there. But I think the transparency piece, we really learned from this process. And the last thing I'd say as far as the benefits to it and getting to the results is developing an infrastructure. From those key elements about a project initiation, about setting goals and objectives, about us developing a monitoring system for that. So it doesn't come to the board and say, okay, so board, what are we going to do? Superintendent, what are we going to do? Well, no, we've been talking about this throughout the year, and there's clarity around it. And the data to realize those goals that you've set, it's happening every single day. So it's not a secret. It's just about now learning how to actually use the process and the systems that you actually set up. So it was a lot of building the infrastructure. So we took this from, we need to cut $60 million, to building a system around setting clear goals and objectives, making sure that they were aligned to the superintendent's expectations and the board goals, making sure that we were as transparent. People were part of the process, so they actually know what is actually happening. And then let's develop the infrastructure, because guess what? In a year, you're going to have to approve another budget. And a year after that, you're going to approve another one, and another one, and another one. So might as well develop that thoughtful process when that time comes. And so those are some of the key benefits. There are many others, but if I just had to sort of pick 4, those are some of the key benefits for us as a school system. Again, very similar in demographics to Fort Worth ISD.
Thanks, Dr. Cruz. So before we open it up to Q&A, just wanted to discuss our next steps. So we'll continue with this phase 2 of the work through the initiatives inventory and the impact inventory analysis, which is where we're getting feedback from school sites. Fort Worth will provide this team an update in February 2023 on the progress of that work, and then we will share our findings from our process of initiatives inventory and that AROI analysis phase 3 by this summer. So open it up to question and answer.
Any questions? Well, thank you all for a great presentation.
I have a question.
Well, there you go, Dar. Thank you. Trustee Dar. Here they go.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. I look forward to the partnership of Fort Worth ISD with your organization, and the experience and the expertise that you bring to help us better ensure that the money that we're investing in our students is money that is well spent. And I like your focus on investments, that we're not looking at what to cut, but we're looking at how to invest, because the way that we invest the funds that are provided through taxpayer dollars, through federal dollars, through ADA funding, the way that we're investing that should mirror our priorities. Are we already, you lined out the process and we've begun that process. Are we already in the process of collecting data of the programs that are being implemented using Esser dollars? And how are we collecting that data? What tools are we using?
Great question. And I'm actually going to defer to Dr. Burrell on that question, but yes and no. So we are in the process of identifying these projects. These are all ESSER-funded activities. And what's really great about this process is that we really should have had it at the beginning of any initiative that we launched. And that's the ideal, and that's why we're building the system, so that we can, every time we identify an initiative, we're also going to go through the steps of what data are we going to collect? What are we trying to achieve? So some of those first questions that need to be asked. At this stage, we're in the process of really identifying what data we have for a specific initiative and what did we expect the outcome to be at the time, since we're already in the process of spending ESSER dollars. So yes and no is the answer to the question.
So knowing that, I assume our STAR data is going to be a data point that will be used, but knowing that there is no way to fully quantify or evaluate any program based on one snapshot test. Right. Is there any way to elaborate on what other points of data will be used in order to ensure that the money being spent is benefiting students? Because if we're not benefiting students, then what are we doing? To your point, what are some of the other data points in addition to the STAR, which is simply a snapshot test on one day in one moment of time?
Trustee Dar, that's a very good question, and one that we can provide, because not only are we looking at it from a district level metrics, like you said, with STAR and some of how it impacts the academic progress, we're also looking at it from a programmatic level based on the initiative, kind of the program usage and some of the key data specific to the program as far as the number of students that impact, the targeted student groups, because ESSER is very clear, given clear guidance of the target students that we must also serve to ensure that programs are actually identifying those students that need to be in those programs in touch points, as well as some of the experiential data specifically of how it's impacting those students specifically for the type of program or initiative that they're a part of. And so we have staff in place that are working with coordinators who are administrating these programs to ensure that they also not only have a program that's being outlined with fidelity, but also data metrics that are also being rolled out with fidelity, and ensuring that, again, one of the things that we're learning is really defining and coming up front with that measurement of success. And sometimes measurement of success is just not a compilation of statistical analysis up front, but also really meeting the need of the student and defining the success of the program at that time, and then over a series of time, and looking at it longitudinally from that.
Ms. Starr, some examples could be with our parent engagement specialists. You know, we're trying to really increase our daily attendance as well as our overall attendance for our students. So some of our ESSER funding is really directed toward those family engagement specialists. So for that program, we would be seeing how is the impact on attendance and how many touches have they made to our parents and our students, and how is that data showing up and increase ADA and enrollment. Also discipline. As you know, we have some of our ESSER funding specifically aligned to our discipline. So that is some other data points we can look at. Our high impact tutoring, we brought that to you, I believe the last board meeting with some additions. So when we look at our high impact tutoring, we don't look at just STAR, but we'll also look at some of our formative data that we have with our MAP testing and so forth, with implementation of some of those resources as well.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate those specifics. Are we also looking at the caliber of professional development that's being provided? Because knowing that the greatest impact on student success is the caliber of a teacher in a classroom, are we also measuring some of that as well?
Her team to provide several opportunities for the teachers specifically to provide feedback about professional development and curriculum moving forward. And she has several things that she has done over time, given the ESSER funding, to collect that feedback, as well as to base her programming and funding based upon those.
If I may just add one last point, you know, it was mentioned before, but one of the things that eventually where we want to get to is to define these measures of success upfront as opposed to after the fact, because obviously you want to be able to frame what is it that we're trying to achieve, do that before you spend the money, and then afterwards use that as an opportunity to learn. If it didn't happen, it doesn't actually mean that the program was unsuccessful. It just means we got a different outcome than what we had anticipated. And actually that creates an opportunity to learn. And by learning, the entire organization can become stronger.
So my last question, are we using this data as we go? Because I don't want to wait until August of 2024 when the Esser funding has run out to realize, oh, that didn't work. We probably should have stopped doing that 2 years ago. So are we utilizing the data as we are educating students and as we are interacting and training teachers, and I'm an educator. I know educators love their initiatives. As we are choosing to keep or to not keep or to continue initiatives. So are we using that data as we go? Because, like I said, I don't want to wait until 2024 to realize, well, maybe we should have spent our money somewhere else.
Yes, yes, we are. And I think one of the things about the system that that was displayed up on the PowerPoint is we have traditionally looked at a program and said, do we keep it or do we get rid of it? But I think that when we are looking at the data, then we can make those thoughtful decisions as to whether or not we're going to expand the program, we are going to keep it. What target populations can we use for that? Can we reduce it? Can we do other things with their programs and not to just scrap it? Because there's a huge investment, to what Dr. Cruz's point, there's a huge investment in the professional development that we may be giving for a specific program. And so that investment also has to be taken into consideration when you evaluate a program as to its success, which is what Mr. Kim was saying, is that we need to look and measure what is the actual, what was our expected outcome, and then what was the actual outcome, and then what do we need to do with the program, and how much, and we need to also see what was our investment. So each program, to what Ms. Molinar and Dr. Burrell were saying, is that each program is different, it needs to be evaluated using all of the data metrics that are associated with that specific program. And when we do that, we will then be better able to make those strategic decisions about funding into the future. And one of the things that I also mentioned at the beginning is that we want to create this system so that we can then expand, leverage the dollars that we have right now with Esser, but leverage those dollars that then we can then incorporate that, institutionalize that into our practices. Then we can turn around and use it to evaluate our general fund programs. Because as you know, we do have a deficit budget right now. We need to make some decisions. We will need to be making decisions going into the future. And so I think that if we can create this structure, which we're in the process of doing, and then institutionalize this, I think we would be better as a district in order to be able to make better decisions.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Trustee Dara. Trustee Bridges?
Thank you guys for the presentation. I've got a question. It's kind of a part one and part two question. Just bear with me for just a second. Walk me through to understand the weight that the principals have in determining X amount of dollars that come to a campus, first of all. Because sometimes when you look at the data as far as where the money goes, it's almost like a tale of two cities. So I'm trying to figure out how I can look at one school who may be high needs, and their money is nowhere near close to that. And then I look at another school, like, and don't get me wrong, everybody wants the money, but that's totally, totally different. So is it from a principal standpoint, say, hey, I need this because of whatever, and it goes up a set of ladders? So, and I'm not trying to be funny. Explain that process to me first.
Good night. I want to be clear, I'm going to discuss the piece of the discretionary funds, so the grants side of the house at this point, and
Okay.
is based on a tier grant distribution. So you have to see my free and reduced lunch schools,
Okay.
what is the percentage that they have, the number of students they have, and the amount of funding that we have. We have established, is a requirement for rank and serve, and we made the decisions of distribution of funds based on what schools require more funding with that combination of enrollment and free and reduced lunch. When Esser has happened, the distribution of funds was not done that way. The distribution of funds was done based on alignment with priorities, what the district and the school, the needs of the students was evaluated and was distributed, initiatives were distributed to the campuses based on those needs identified. So we have a deficit, a gap in math performance. We are gonna work on professional development for my teachers. We are gonna work on teachers, on improving the delivery. We are improve how we are evaluating this academic investment, and we are going to see how that implementation works. And for Dr. Sorensen that has academics, she has all those plans distributed like that. From there, we went to the campuses and executed the activities. The principals didn't access the funds that way, the same way that other grants are distributed. So it's two different approaches.
Okay. You say the principal didn't access the funds?
For Esser?
Yes.
They have access to the services.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, and just a slight context in that, just in the presentation, when we were talking about doing the principal's inventory, and that's why we took that additional step with the process to identify, again, with the principals, the initiatives and how it's impacting their campuses and students. And one of the things that we did see as one of the areas for exploration is communication and ensuring that process, that again, they know specifically how they see the work, but also know that that is the Esser dollars that's connecting back to their campuses. So that's why this process is giving us a good framework to ensure that we do that.
Okay.
Trustee Wallace, can I give you an example real quick? I know, behind you. I'm the voice behind everyone. I just give you a quick example, high impact tutoring that we brought a couple times. So normally what we would do in the past is, Ms. Crespo explained, our campuses would be given Title I funds to be able to do tutoring on their campus. And dependent on their enrollment and their free and reduced lunch, they would have a percentage for distribution. With the ESSER funding, what we've done is we've looked at students to qualify, of course, under our House Bill 4545, and then the enrollment of the campus and the needs. And that's what you're talking about, is campuses that have more needs than others. So we allocated funds, but then we're given the principle of voice, and this is for ESSER funding, where we have identified what we call, we did RFQ for services, RFP for services for high-impact tutors to come. That was aligned with our TEKS. And then our principals were invited to come and do like a vendor fair where they could come and almost interview the tutors. What works best for your campus? And it could be, let's say, Harleen Beal, and I'm not sure, so don't, but as an example, Harleen Beal might have said, okay, I would like this tutor to come. They want to do tutoring after school as well as doing some during the day. I would like to pick this vendor. So we paid for it through ESSER funding, and we were able to allocate those funds to Harleen Beal. But down the street, maybe David K. Sellers said, I would like you to give me the funds. I want my teachers would like to do the after-school tutoring. That's what works best for us. So they have a voice in the initiative and how they want to implement it on their campus. But then the funds that they normally would have utilized through their Title I funding, they get to keep that. So they're utilizing those funds for other needs that they see on their campuses. Maybe it's wraparound services with different contract, different consultants, vendors. It could be where there's even more tutoring. It could be staff members that they're able to, what we call, buy off our Title I menu. They could say, I need 2 family engagement specialists. I need an additional intervention specialist, a reading interventionist. So they're able to take those funds from their Title I and utilize them in a different way because we freed those funds up by doing our large initiatives through Esser. But the principal still has a voice in how they want to pick that tutoring. So that's just one example that they've been given the opportunity.
I guess I'll explain it, and thank you again. I mean, Ms. Mullar. And help me understand this now. If I'm looking at a school whose demographics almost look identical as far as the population they serve, the income level, and then I look at that one school who maybe had gotten $200,000 in Esser. Then I look at another school who's gotten $700,000 in Esser funds, which to me is a big gap between, and I'm just trying to understand is that because the principals are, and this is not, and I'm not naming any schools, it's not to put anybody down or anything like that, but is it that because this principal's a better understanding of what his needs are, or we're providing that services for that campus opposed to the other? Am I making sense here? Okay, because you look confused.
You are, but Esser, the proposal for Essers have been more district-wide initiatives because that's how we're able to really look at that ROI, the return on investment. Because the implementation is consistent, the expectations have been consistent. So another example would be our freshman success coaches, which is funded through our Esser initiative. So every high school, traditional high school, as well as some of our specialized, were able to implement that freshman success coach and that initiative. So Esser fundings have really been distributed through large initiatives, except for some one-offs where it could be where we want to add a couple intervention specialists to campuses that may have not had them in the past. We added some more restorative practice specialists to service those campuses. But it's been more of a district-wide initiatives placed on the campuses, just like Amplify that you guys have approved, as well as our new math curriculum. That's been through for all of our new elementary and middle school campuses. And then with that, if you have a new curriculum adoption, you got an instructional coach. So it has been more where the Esser funding has been more district-wide initiatives to implement to see that return, but then utilizing their campus-based title funding, how they want to implement.
And if I could just add one more thought on that, the reporting also maybe is aggregated and is not specifically allocated by campus, to Ms. Molina's point. So when we've reported out, I know that we've provided some information specifically to the Racial Equity Committee that has requested that. It's been done by campus where we're able to do it by campus, but on district-wide initiatives, we've aggregated that data. But even though campuses may have benefited for those services, that is in that aggregated data. So what we need to do is we need to do a deeper dive on the allocations that we're giving to make sure that we know exactly what campuses are benefiting from it, because we're not accounting for it specifically unless they've been allocated a specific amount, like Ms. Molina indicated. Does that make sense?
I got you.
Okay.
Last question.
Yes, sir.
Let's say I identified a certain tutoring program or something to work at my school, and I'm realizing that this is not working for my kids at all. Period. But we've already signed a contract. How does that work in terms of where I don't lose out from my kids' perspective, but at the same time that we want to see about maybe moving on to Plan B? You know what I mean?
Actually,
yeah.
I'm sorry, can I
Go
say,
ahead, yes.
Dr. Sorensen have a story about that. You are actually saying what just happened, and she can refer to it if she wants to, but we gave the schools the opportunity to say that. If the vendor is not performing or is choosing not to perform at the school for any reason, being that they are not performing because they have standards to accomplish, or the vendor realizes after the contract is signed that they are not willing or capable to perform at the level, we have resources to cancel those contracts and reallocate or we are trying to be as nimble as possible with the resources we do. And she aligned those resources in a way that we can walk out if it's necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And I'm glad the district is holding firm on providing transparency every day and ensuring that dollars are spent in the correct manner and that all our children benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Trustee Evans?
Thank you all for this report. I noticed that y'all are going to be doing these every 6 months, and I'm glad we're going to be kept up to date. My only concern or question with that timing is, you know, in April, we're going to be well into budget season. So will that give us enough time to make some tweaks this cycle if needed?
We should be able to, and part of the report out in February is part of our Esser requirement, where we come every 6 months. So we're going to take advantage of that same reporting time period. We just reported in August. We felt that this presentation was necessary and in this setting because it was going to take a little bit more time to provide you with this information. So we elected to not do it in August. We elected to do it at this time. And then, but we are going to take advantage of our time in February as part of our regular reporting to give you a status update on this work. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You all are in 30 states and in many districts, and that's such a benefit to us, and it allows us to better serve our kids. I want to thank you first for being here and for partnering with us, and I want to thank staff for bringing you all in. The CFO mentioned institutionalizing the data, and Dr. Burrell has stated that we've added an extra step here and there, and I've worked with Dr. Burrell. I know about her extra steps. So I guess my big question is, what is the toughest challenge here in this work? I mean, this is a broad question, and that's not real deep, because we want to sustain it. So what are the things that we could now just learn that will help us sustain, and how can the board help?
Well, I'll start, and then Dr. Cruz can follow. And by the way, that was such an insightful question, because there are really two pieces to this work. There's the technical piece. That's like the data systems and figuring out the formulas and all that kind of stuff. And as you can imagine, it's complicated but straightforward. Then there's the adaptive piece, which is really all about people and training people, setting them up for success, building capacity, and all that. And so you can have terrific technical systems, which will not work because we haven't spent the time to build capacity and approaches and things of that nature, which is more of a cultural adaptive piece. So each and every time, the toughest challenge is always around, I think, what we've already talked about, which is how do you institutionalize this so it becomes the fabric of how every time you have an initiative or an effort, it's not, you start with a question. So how will this impact students? Which students is it going to impact the most? How are we really thinking about success? Can we actually articulate it, not put it off until later? Because, human beings are really good at justifying everything that they've done in the past. So I think that's the hardest piece. Dr. Cruz?
I think for us, it is a very thoughtful question, and it's real. And I think it's because turnover. I mean, I don't know all the turnover here, but for us, this was before COVID, so it got even more significant after COVID, but we'd hire 750 teachers a year. That was a cycle. 18 to 22 principals. That was a cycle. And so because of that, and just knowing going into it, and there was about 10 to 12,000 students that would come in and out, sort of mobility overall as a district, and some schools even had more significant mobility than that, right? So that's just urbans work like that, and it is what it is. It's been like that, right? But it's what it is. So for us, it's what John said earlier, these metrics and goals are set up front. There's no multiple choice test and say, I'll take that goal now that I see my results. And it takes discipline. I mean, not that it was easy, and it was clunky. I mean, these things aren't perfect. but we need to have an infrastructure. And the way you've said to institutionalize it, the organization has to, for us, we had to be disciplined. So setting these goals up front, having the metrics along the way, as you mentioned, because there's no surprises, and STAR is too late, right? So if we're counting on STAR, that puts a really big burden on the superintendent of the board to make a decision in a week. So the system had to be, well, what data are you going to look at along the way? Enrollment, dropout along the way. I mean, all these things are just sort of metrics that are leading you to, are we going to get there or not? And that's part of the process. So otherwise, it's just not fair for the decision makers to fall on your lap a week before. And it's like, you're the good guy, they're bad guy. That's just, systems shouldn't work like that, right? But we were, and so that had to change. I think the other thing is having the clarity of a calendar. So here are the metrics, here are the actual programs. When are we going to evaluate it? When are we going to get the data sets? What data is going to be used? When are the contracts coming up? Because that was part of it, right? Because you said, you know, sometimes you approve a 3-year contract, but maybe it's, you know, you approve it on cycle, it's overall the 3-year, but you're going to do it annually. Well, none of these cycles line up, right? Every timeline is very different. But it's about putting that on the calendar so we know when are the contracts coming up? When will the data be available? So that we know that up front. And then it's the monitoring system along the way. And there has to be just discipline around it. For us, it had to be it that way because the system was going to change. But as people would be hired, it's like, well, now you know what you're signing up for. Here's your school, here are the results, or here's your chief academic or chief schools officer, here are the outcomes. This is what you're signing up for. And if you want to change it, well, we can talk about that later. But now the board and superintendent have approved this. And of course, there's a lot of other things that go on in the system, but there have to be clear goals, because otherwise everything's a goal, and then you don't really know if it's really progressing or not. But I just all said and done, it's really that discipline, having the metrics and the goals up front, setting up that monitoring system. That's part of the transparency piece. So there's no surprises, and hitting these milestones along the way just sort of helps the discipline. And again, it's clunky at first, but then year 2 gets a little bit smoother, year 3 gets a little smoother, and all the things that just sort of happen, it is just the way things happen. I mean, kids move, parents change jobs. We can't control that, but we can control what's going to happen in the classroom and how we're going to support teachers, because all of us know they need to be supported 100%, because it just gets more and more challenging. But very thoughtful questions. I really appreciate that.
President Jackson, if I may, just add something to that, is the cultural piece. Because when you put in accountability measures and program evaluation at the beginning, there are a lot of emotions tied to programs. There are also FTE tied to programs. And when the data speaks and it shows that it may not be working for all students, culturally as a school district, we have to accept that data and make a course correction and be okay with that. And sometimes you're messing with people's sacred cows because it's a program that we've done for 175 years. It's a program my grandmother went through and I went through and now my child is in. But if it's not effective and we're not properly using our dollars, we're not being good fiduciaries of public funds. And so sometimes it's the cultural piece that's the hardest, because we have to sit up here and say, love you to death, you're a wonderful, whatever the role is, but we just can't continue to do this anymore because it's actually not serving the best interest of children. And that's the place where, when we're operationalized and institutionalized, we hit a rut, because we are a community of people, and there are a lot of feelings sometimes that come and emotions that come along, and ownership to programs. So I just wanted to add that, because that's the real challenging one at the end of the day.
Thank you. Trustee Martinez?
Yeah, I just have one question. You know, the pandemic and the Esser funds were really an opportunity for schools and educators to really become innovative in how we, just approach learning and the learning loss. My question is, have there been any major studies? Obviously, we're studying what we're doing, but have there been any major studies or data out there that shows what has been working for other districts so far, or maybe some other innovative things that we have not implemented yet, and then how others are investing their funds and how successful they've been. I don't know that, might be too soon, might be too early for that information to be out there, but I'm just wondering, are we looking at everything possible that we could be doing, just from an innovation standpoint?
I'll jump in then.
Yes.
There are some initial, they're not studies, but they're some initial kind of aggregate of what school districts have done. We only have kind of one cycle of summative testing, but we do have some cycle data of students returning to school, attendance rates, things like that. And so I will provide that to the board in writing in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. I think I just would follow up. What we hear in our circles is we're not spending the money, that school districts are not expending the funds. And I don't remember what the last number, I think the last number that I saw was like 15%. So I think there's a real sense of urgency out there among other CFOs that we need to be spending the money and investing. There's also push to extend the funds another year, but again, because of that lack of spend, I feel that we're on track at this point, and that we are spending or committed our dollars where we should be. We may be a little underspent, but not far off. So our target is 9/30/24, which is when the current expend is. And we feel that we're on track for doing that. So that's really what my lens is looking at, and what our programs are and where our programs are, and certainly working with the chiefs and the departments to make sure that they're on track is something that we're really focusing on and focusing on our programs. But that's, again, a very insightful question. It is something that we also should be looking at when we're looking at what other programs are being out there that are successful. But we're really looking at focusing on our needs.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions? Thank you all so very much. It was an excellent presentation. Dr. Ramsey, we're ready for the Leadership Academy Network Partnership Update.
Wonderful. As the board knows, the board has SB 1882 schools. We're going to hear the annual update from the Leadership Academy Network Partnership, and I'm bringing up Dr. Sines, our Chief of Innovation, as well as Ms. Dilley and Dr. Martinez, who are going to speak to us about the particular schools in their network.
Martinez? Which one? Can you hear me? Excellent. My name is Carlos Martinez, and I'm the Dean of the School of Education at Texas Wesleyan. I'm bringing greetings from President Slayback, who couldn't be here today. He had a prior commitment. I want to begin by giving you a little context on how we have organized the Leadership Academy inside the university, so you get an understanding of how we operate. The Leadership Academy functions as a group that reports directly to my office, and then I report to the provost, the president, and the board, who ultimately signs contracts with the district. And so the way we function is that the leadership team of the Leadership Academy manages the daily operations of the 6 schools, and Ms. Dilley and I work together in that management, and then I report up to the board through the provost and the president. I also wanted you to know that we have a steering committee, a group of experts that we have acquired as volunteers that we meet with multiple times a year to give us their expertise. We present to them data, information on progress. We present to them the budget, and then they give us advice on how to operate as we move forward with the work of the Leadership Academy. Tonight, you're going to receive a presentation that describes our progress, the progress of our students relative to their academic achievement, and also a description of some of our successes relative to the COVID gap in particular, and then some of our challenges. and how we are planning to manage those challenges in the year to come. So Ms. Dilly is going to present the data to you. Ms. Dilly?
Thank you, Dr. Martinez, and good evening, Dr. Ramsey, President Jackson, and all members of the board. My name's Priscilla Dilly, and I'm honored to serve as a senior officer for the Leadership Academy Network. The Leadership Academy Network consists of now 6 campuses: Maudie Logan Elementary, Mitchell Boulevard Elementary, John T. White Elementary, Como Elementary, Forest Oak Middle School, and Forest Oak 6th grade campus, formerly known as Glencrest 6th grade. As you can see, our demographic breakdown in the Leadership Academy Network is as follows: 48% Hispanic, 45% African American, with 3% white and 2% 2 or more races. 94% of our students are coded economically disadvantaged, 35% of our students are English language learners, and 12% receive special ed services. Our total enrollment for this school year is at 2,735 students, a difference of negative 139 students from last year's enrollment. Enrollment and attendance are one of our top priorities, and we are committed to incorporating different strategies to ensure that our parents and community understand that land provides great quality seat options for our students. At this time, I would like to provide you a high-level overview of the performance of our scholars at the Leadership Academy Network with STAR and state accountability for the school year 21-22. Compared to last year's performance, LAND saw large increases in the percent of students at MEETS grade level in all contents, with double-digit gains seen for math and reading. Math in particular saw an increase of 15 percentage points at MEETS grade level. Compared to last year's performance, LAND saw double-digit increases in percent of students at the approaches grade level in all content areas, with math showing an increase of 20 percentage points at the approaches grade level. Compared to last year's performance, again, LAND saw gains at the MEETS grade level in both grade 3 math and grade 3 reading. LAND had high percentages of scholars meeting and exceeding their progress measure in both reading and math. And specifically, a highlight is in grade 5, 85% of our students met or exceeded progress in reading, and 89% of our students met or exceeded progress in math. Our LAND dual language students showed particularly high levels of students meeting and exceeding their progress measure in both math and reading. Supporting our dual language program has been one of the ways that we have been able to leverage the university expertise and resources with the redesign of our new dual language model and with the assistance of our university professors. We also have a dynamic bilingual instructional coach who provides quality support to our teachers for implementation of programming, modeling, and planning. Most of our student groups saw large gains in the percent at MEETS grade level across all the tests, and though our SPED students did not see the same gains in percent MEETS, we did see an increase in those meeting and exceeding progress measure, from 47% in 2021 to 64% in 21-22, and they also did see gains at the approaches level. The Leadership Academy Network and Fort Worth ISD has established yearly contractual goals for each campus, and you'll see here are the performance targets that LAND was expected and is expected to meet for the upcoming years. Looking at the overall scores and rating, most LAND campuses maintained high-level scores such as Como, or improved their overall scores such as John T. White and Mitchell Boulevard, making especially impressive gains. The 6th grade campus did receive a not rated for the 21-22 school year. Looking at student growth, Domain 2A category, almost all of the LAND campuses saw double-digit scaled score gains relative to 18-19 when accountability was last calculated. And again, you'll see Como, who maintained their already high scaled score of an 89. So I wanted to take this opportunity to specifically address the 6th grade campus. While there is work to be done, our data tells us those students are experiencing meaningful improvements. Prior to joining the LAN, the percentage of students making growth as measured by STAR progress was on the decline in reading and math. And after 2 years as a part of the network and the LAFO team, Leadership Academy at Forest Oak, that growth has dramatically increased, specifically from a 31 and 34% in 18-19 to a 56-59. Like many schools across the state, LAFO 6 saw a loss in the percent of students on grade level in 1920. However, percentages on grade level for reading have already exceeded any in the 3 years prior to COVID, and math exceeding the rate in 16-17. Forest Oak 6 and Forest Oak 7-8 campus are operating as one campus under the leadership of Principal Moore and his campus leadership team. For us, it is important to embed the best practices that have proven success at the 7-8 campus with our 6th grade. Our goal is to meet our target of a C this coming up accountability school year so that we can combine schools to receive an overall rating for the campus. You can see here, if both campuses had been rated as a single campus, the Leadership Academy of Forest Oak would have earned a high C with a combined overall score of a 79. So our focus and response for our 6th grade is that we are extremely focused in making sure that our campuses are meeting the performance target for this school year, especially our 6th grade. We have been strategic in our staffing, providing with the campus with the extra support with a literacy dean, enhanced math and reading courses, and intervention blocks. We're also committed to LAN instructional model of tracking student mastery daily and providing students with on-grade level instruction. As mentioned, we have a high-performing team of school administrators and campus leadership team members that are providing leadership and instructional support for the campus. And with our high ELL population, we are incorporating instructional strategies for language acquisition and supports. And mentorship is also very important to us. It's a key for our scholars that need that targeted support. So we believe that we have a strong plan that addresses the components needed to meet the performance for the upcoming school year. The Leadership Academy Network believes in ensuring that teachers and staff are compensated for their extraneous work and support they provide for our scholars based on outcomes. The network is a part of the teacher incentive allotment from TEA, currently going through Cohort D. Our teacher incentive allotment design is based on 70% student growth as measured by assessment data and 30% teacher observation as measured by T-tests. Only teachers with 10 or less absences, sick and personal days, are eligible to receive a designation. And the combination of the scores provides an overall score that is correlated then to a designation. And so we're proud to announce our preliminary TIA results from this past school year. Out of all of our teachers, we had 21 at the recognized level, 26 at the exemplary level, 28 at the master level. This is phenomenal data that we're proud of, and our teachers are dynamic educators. And finally, this is one of the slides that we're most proud of, is this past year we've been able to retain 81% of our teachers, and 96% of our land leaders were either promoted or retained. Some of the factors we see contributing to the retention is that we have a solid pathway and opportunity for growth and promotion within the system. The pipeline has been established from teacher to master teacher to instructional coach to then administrators. Teachers have remained due to the opportunity to earn higher compensation, potentially through TIA and the bonus pool. We have made it a priority to establish a positive campus culture and climate where employees feel supported and valued. And we have also invested in ensuring that professional development and support and coaching is provided at all levels for both teachers and administrators. So what about instructional alignment and ensuring every classroom is provided with rigorous on grade level instruction? Second, we hire and train phenomenal educators. We give them the tools, resources, and support them to do their jobs effectively. They have a passion for the work, and it shows in the classrooms every single day. It also shows in the results that the scholars are achieving. Third, we've been able to retain high-quality performing teachers who are truly committed to our students. And lastly, as a partnership, we're able to respond to needs and are able to quickly tailor instruction based on data. And the collaboration and planning is key. Through our Everybody Grows program, our teachers have 3 hours a week of planning for instruction while students engage in intervention and enrichment activities. That has been a game changer for us. Moving forward, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we're always looking for opportunities to grow and excel. These are the areas that we feel that we have needed to solidify to continue making the progress needed for our students. A foundational phonics program for grades K through 5 to set up scholars for success in reading. Focusing on Tier 1 instruction with on-grade level materials and rigor. Ensuring that we are tracking every child and providing that targeted intervention through MTSS and tracking House Bill 4545 students. And most importantly, shifting our focus from growth to achievement so that our students can perform at the highest levels and be competitive with the world, set up for success. We believe in our scholars, and this is our obligation of what we must do and what they deserve. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sines.
Thank you. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to provide an update of where we are with our 1882 contract. If you can believe it, we're now in the 4th year of this agreement that is 5 years long. What we're doing with members of the innovation team and other members of other departments is we're conducting a comprehensive review of the Leadership Academy Network, not only their previous performance, but their current performance as well. And what that will involve, we'll be looking at academic outcomes like you just saw, campus walkthroughs. We have a specific walkthrough calendar that we're conducting with the Leadership Academy team, parent and community input, asking perception information, how is this going, what information do we need to know about this partnership, of course staff and student input as well. All that will be put together into a recommendation to bring to this board. Hopefully well, it has to be before June 2023. It could be earlier. It all depends on how we want to proceed. Since we're in the 4th year, our options are going to be, once we bring that recommendation, once again, this is a preview, would be to extend the current contract for an agreed upon number of years, right? It could be to invite the Leadership Academy to reapply for a new contract. And I can explain those by saying basically is that we would take the current contract, and the first one being saying, let's add 2, 3 years, however many years this board would agree to, or saying, you know what, we're going to have you reapply and go through the process again, which is a pretty involved process. It was like 7 or 8 months to get this thing going, but that is an option for our board. And then, of course, the third option could be ending our partnership at the end of the 23-24 school year. And so this is information that we will bring to you in a future board meeting, and I wanted to just give you that quick update of where we are since we're in the 4th year of this 5th year agreement. Thank you. And now we'll open it up to questions.
Trustee Evans?
Thank you all so much for this report. It really is good to know kind of where we are as we go along. I just want to touch briefly on culture that you mentioned. All the land teachers that I have spoken with truly love teaching there. And so that culture is reflective in those teachers. So thank you for pointing that out, how important that is in turning these campuses around. I have a question about the dual language slide, and it's 2-part. One, how many of these land campuses have a dual language program in them? And then the second question is, you mentioned there was a redesign of the dual language model, and so if you could just explain that further.
Sure. All the elementary campuses have dual language students, and so we serve all of our elementary schools in that capacity. And with the dual language program, what we did was we saw a gap in our data. Actually, our dual language students were not performing at high levels. And so we knew that we had to do something. And so we went to the university and utilized the expertise of two of our professors who have extensive training and knowledge when it comes to dual language programming. And they helped us write a program that would be specific for language acquisition. So starting in kinder all the way to 5th grade so that students can be biliterate, looking at whether to teach, math or reading and English or Spanish and how many minutes, so very detailed for our teachers.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Dar?
One simple question. Is Fort Worth ISD looking at expanding Leadership Academy Network opportunities?
At this moment, our focus is to make sure that we're supporting our partner here to make sure that their outcomes continue. But I will say this, some of the work that they've done, we're also learning from. We're currently working with some of our middle schools. While it's not the exact same model, we are using some of those pillars from ACE, which was this originally built on, to support some of that transformation at our middle schools. So at this time, no, we haven't made the decision to expand, but we are focused on making sure this one continues to do what it's doing and being successful with our students.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Jackson. If you would, I would love for you to speak a little bit more to that idea of shifting from growth to achievement, because, and I asked you to do so because I do feel like this is highly impressive, the growth that we're able to see. I mean, the trajectory is beautifully on path, right? But yet, I mean, and understanding what we're dealing with nationally, statewide, as far as what those numbers look like, the growth really is impressive, seriously, and it deserves to be lauded. But as we move into, I guess, an era of achievement, as kind of you talked about, what does that do with those who are not in those percentages of the growth yet? And we got into, I see we're getting into high 30s, into 40, and things like that, which is good from where we came from, but of course, not nearly the target in which we are all going to be hoping for, right, is that the vast majority of our students are where they need to be. So if you just talk about that shift from, okay, now that we are seeing growth in what we're doing, moving into achievement, and what does that practically look like?
Thank you so much for asking that question. We don't have another option. In order for our students to be competitive, in order for our students to be set up for success, to be able to go to college or excel in a career, they have to be at those achievement levels. And so our belief system is that our students can do it. We have to be the ones to figure out how to accelerate that for our students. And so right now, what it looks like is on grade level instruction for our kids. That's been a little bit of a shift for us, and I think one of the biggest things is just making sure that we always have high expectations of our students. And so if we have anybody that's struggling through on-grade level work, how do we scaffold? How do we bring them back up? And what are those instructional practices that we have to do to be able to meet the needs of kids? So it's not about, whether our students can't do it. It's about what do we need to do to go above and beyond and accelerate that and set them up for success. They deserve it, and they can do it. The narrative's been written, and we're just excited to be able to shine a light on that and the success. So the trajectory needs to head that way, and that's our goal.
Yeah, and you spoke a little bit to some of those, focus areas that y'all have. So, of course, I understand, data will be coming back, things like that. But I guess in your estimation thus far from what was happening last year, which clearly there was many things working to get the type of growth that we're able to see, what is some of that shifting, what does that look like thus far in this early semester, right, and kind of mid-semester? How has that been implemented? What does it look like as far as trajectory? Is it getting the results we think we're going to see here?
Yes, sir. And I would say, too, our goal setting. In the past, our goal setting has been, here's your growth goals. Here's the growth percentage you want to see for your students. And we no longer speak that language. We're talking meets. We want to track meets and masters. We're looking at how your data is in that capacity. approaches is no good for us.
Yeah.
And so that's been a shift because, sometimes we tend to go back to how we used to look at the data, and we can't do that anymore. So if you go and you speak to our teachers, they have different goals, and even the students are tracking their own goals for being on grade level. So it's quite exciting to see students owning that type of ownership when it comes to their learning.
Yeah, so the students are seeing that language shift as well and buying into that.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, thank you sincerely for, like I said, the growth is just truly impressive. I'm so happy to be able to see it. It's hard to do the victory lap when you still know the inverse of that, right? You get to 36 on something, that means it's still 60 something, right? That's not, but yet, but definitely understanding where we were coming from, the dip we saw, all of the tragedy we saw in the pandemic, to be able to see so many kids being able to get back to where they were, but even exceeding that. It really does. You all deserve kudos, and thank you very much for what's happening there, because it is very encouraging.
Thank you.
Superintendent Ramsey.
I just want to add a point, and please, it's not to take away from everything you just said, because everything you said is spot on. We shouldn't be looking at the minimum. The minimum is the floor, and we need to be looking at achievement. But I also want to add context for the board, just as a reminder that the STAR has changed, it has shifted, and accountability this year has shifted, and we will not be measured on growth. So we will be measured as a state on achievement. So just to keep that in mind, that it's fantastic that the mindset is there, because that is what we're going to be graded on this year.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. We show a lot of gains from previous year to now. But our special ed students, they're about the same. What things you have in place to improve that special ed students?
Absolutely, great question. Right now, one of the things that we have is, of course, aside from the special ed services that they receive, we have some additional teachers that we've actually invited to come back. So some of our retired teachers that have worked with us in the past, they have come back, and they pull small groups for reading and math. And so there's an intervention block that is allotted for the Leadership Academy, because we go an extended hour of the day. And so our students are actually receiving additional time for reading and math with not just their inclusion teacher, but also these other teachers that are supporting our classrooms. And so that's been very helpful and exciting to see the progress of our students that way, in that capacity.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, but I was wondering if we'll be getting an update on our other 1882 partnerships, like Phelan and Jackett and all that.
Yes, ma'am. We do have one other 1882 partnership, and we will bring in a presentation for them as well. And that is with Phelan Leadership Academy at Jackett Middle School.
Do we have a timeline on that?
We will work with Ms. Molinar on getting that on the agenda.
Oh, okay, cool. I just had a quick question. First, Dr. Martinez, welcome from the whole board and superintendent. It's always good to see you. You're doing great work. You're lifting 76105, and that's my zip code I love to hang out in. So it's just great to see you, and thank you for everything you're doing for all of our kids in Fort Worth. The 1882, 4 years ago, we were concerned, will the state continue this practice? Is there any benefit to extending that contract further than a 5-year contract? I mean, I'm not trying to make the decision tonight, but I like this, and I like to make sure it stays funded.
Certainly, and of the two options that I put at the very top, not even talking about number 3, 1 and 2, another big difference was, one, if we extend the current contract, it keeps the same rules that even TEA had for these original contracts. If we go back and do a new contract, TEA has put some other new rules in place that we would have to abide by. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what they are, but they do provide a few more restrictions that honestly I would not recommend. So, because it provides us the flexibility we had from the first iteration.
Well, that was just a great answer. Thank you. All right. You guys have anything else? Anybody else have any questions?
If I could say one more thing,
yes,
please.
sir.
I just want to thank the district staff, Mr. Sands, Ms. Molinar, Dr. Pena, for being excellent partners. It's facilitated our work significantly that we've been able to work collegiately with this group. And it's not just the three of them, they and their staff. So I want to extend our gratitude for being such good partners. And then I want to extend an invitation to all of you. We meet our steering committee at our schools, and we usually have a portion of our time that we take our steering committee out to see the teachers and what they're doing and meet the kids. So I wanted to make sure that I extend an invitation to all of you so that if at any point in time you want to come and visit one of the schools, just please let us know, and we'll be more than glad to oblige.
Would we contact staff here, or would we contact you? Or
Either
Ms.
way.
Dilley?
Either way.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Ramsey, we're ready for the October 25th, 2022 board meeting action items review.
Wonderful. To continue our quest of increased transparency, we wanted to provide a snapshot to the board and to our public about action items for the October 25th board meeting, keeping in mind that there may be items that come that between now and then, but our deputy superintendent is going to walk us through, and she has a great list that provides a lot of transparency as to what it is, how much it's going to cost, and the funding source.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. Just for our upcoming board meeting in 2 weeks, you'll see that our first item, action item that we have on the agenda is a ratification of an MOU. This is for our SROs that we have through the Fort Worth Police Department. We did have some tweaks to our MOU, so we're bringing the ratification. This is a general fund. Just as a reminder, we do 50% funded by the Fort Worth Independent School District and 50% paid by the Fort Worth PD through CCPD funds. And we have 44 officers assigned as SROs currently to our campuses. Also, just a reminder, we do also work with the city of Benbrook and Forest Hill as well. Our next item is a ratification of purchase of student mobile devices and distribution of services. This is Esser funded, an amount of $253,800. This is a new item for technology. This is additional external support to expedite distribution of student devices, collecting the current devices, and installing necessary hardware. As you know, we are doing a refresh on our devices. Our district is quite large. Having this external support helps expedite the services. So you'll see this as an action item. You see a ratification for a purchase of career and technology. Just a reminder, on April the 26th, the board approved a transfer of funds from our CIP funds to help fund some CTE equipment to furnish some renovated classroom spaces around CTE with a 2017 bond. We want to bring back, for transparency, how we're spending those transfer of funds. You'll see here new equipment for our culinary arts programs. This is so ServSafe Manager certification can be obtained, as well as a certified fundamental cooks industry certification. Will be at Poly, Trimble Tech, as well as OD Wyatt. The next item is also with the CIP transfer of funds of a do not exceed amount, $950,000, $951. This is also for Trimble Tech, Arlington Heights Southwest High School, for our robotics and automation program. And YMLA received a robotic arm package as well to support its engineering and robotics program. Our next item will assist our students in receiving a health science industry-based certification. The equipment includes hospital beds as well as mannequins, a ambulance as other supporting equipment for our students to practice on for Northside and Trimble Tech. You'll see here, increase of enrollment for courses requires the additional purchase of additional student licenses, and this is for our high school students. This is a general fund of $58,095. This is a new item. We do have students who are taking more of a physical education interactive web program, so we do need to purchase additional student license for that. Equipment for our fire alarm replacements, we do have Joe Kelly Elementary, Greenbrier Elementary, and Waverly Park. This is TRE funding, an amount of $330,000, and this is a new item to help purchase the equipment for those fire alarm systems at those campuses. A unified enrollment system. As many of you are also parents in the district, you know whenever we are enrolling our students, we have different enrollment sources that we have to go through, whether it's a Gold Seal, Program of Choice, pre-K, or a transfer. This is going to allow us to have one system for our parents, and it's also very user-friendly. We're very excited to roll this out. This will launch in the spring of 2023. And it will be used for Esser, funded through Esser funding. We have the purchase of our disaster recovery managed services. This is for a one-year purchase that will provide services for natural and human disasters for access to our system. That includes maintenance, patching, and a recovery plan and updates and testing. This is general funded through our technology department. Approve a purchase of student re-engagement programs. This provides opportunities for our students who have dropped out of school. Traditionally, we have two options for our students. They can return to their home campus to enroll in traditional campuses, while also recovering lost credits through Edgenuity. The other option, of course, is our Success High School Recovery Program that is mostly done in the evenings. This third option was piloted last year, and we would like to continue with that, where our students who have dropped out, who are over age, are able to do a virtual high school to earn their diploma. This is a partnership with an external vendor. It also utilizes state funding to create the program to be sustainable. And the vendor is only compensated based on successful completion of courses towards graduation. So this way our students have 3 different options to be back in school and receive those credits. Approve the purchase of master scheduling tool and technical assistance. This is to help us build a master schedule for both elementary and secondary around student needs. Training is also provided for our campus staff around master scheduling. This is a tool that we definitely need to be able to be more efficient with our staffing on our campuses and build a master schedule around our student needs and not adults. And this is an ESSER-funded initiative. Approve the purchase of services for classrooms with interactive whiteboard removal. New interactive flat panels for elementary and high schools. This price includes installation, inventory for asset management, and disposal of the old equipment. This is similar to the one we discussed. We're very excited to have the equipment to switch out. However, we need extra staff to help us go in and change out those flat board panels, but then also dispose of those as well. And this would be able to expedite that process. Approve the purchase of adapters for teacher laptops. These adapters will ensure that our teachers can connect to various equipment in the classroom to provide instruction. And you'll see this is a ECF funded with $270,000 from technology. Approve the configuration services for elementary student mobile devices. Service for our mobile devices, this helps us provide tagging, protective cases, and actual delivery to the campus, and this is solely around our elementary. Just a reminder, we are going to all online testing this year, regardless of the grade level. And this is not only for STAR, but also for, as you learned 2 weeks ago, for TALPAS for some of our students. And then, of course, our formative assessments with our MAP testing. So technology is crucial at this point that we get it out to the campuses. So as our students are taking formative assessments, they're practicing on their devices. This one is approve our human sexuality instruction and prevention education as a result of a new Health of Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills for our 6th grade move into wellness and high school health. Our Fort Worth ISD SHAC and Fort Worth ISD Health and PE department, they have completed analysis, made necessary revisions to the health curriculum and TEKS to make sure they're aligned and updated. And this has to be approved by the State Board of Education as well as you, the trustees. This
This is a opt-in curriculum for each student. So each student must have a parent permission to opt in to this curriculum at those grade levels. And if they do not opt in, we have alternative curriculum for those students. You'll see this item is approve a low attendance waiver for Diamond Hill Jarvis High School on September the 12th, 2022. This was due to an online threat. On that day, our safety and security team acted swiftly. However, it is the right, of course, of our parents to always keep students at home. Our attendance that day, we did experience 694 absences with our average daily attendance rate that day of 30.54%. Due to that low attendance, we can request a waiver from TEA if approved by board trustees. Approve optional flexible school day program application. This is for our traditional, or campuses that operate outside of our traditional school calendar. This is for our early college campuses, our P-Tech Academy, as well as our Success High School. This is not a purchase, however, it is a waiver and application that we have to put into TEA since they operate out of our board-adopted traditional calendar. Approve the School Health Advisory Council Board of Trustees appointments. Our Board of Trustees shall appoint 5 members of the SHAC Committee that will serve on a 2-year term. It outlines in code the majority of the members must be persons who are parents of students enrolled in the district and who are not employed by the district. However, they are made up of some employees as well. There are currently 19 Fort Worth ISD SHAC members that make up the committee outlined in the Education Code section 28.004. Approve the purchase of the TI Inspire graphing handheld calculators due to our increase of additional PSAT testing, SAT and ACT students taking those assessments in middle school and high school. We do need to purchase additional handheld calculators. Approve the purchase of furniture. This is for the new administration building. We are at a do not exceed amount of $3 million. The proceeds come from the real estate. And this is for, of course, replacing the furniture for the new facility at the administration building in Camp Bowie. And at this time, that's all of our pending action items. Of course, if you need additional information or you have questions, we are in that 2-week window. So you just email me and we'll provide you any of those answers to the action items.
Anybody have any concerns or questions? Okay, the time is 7:37 p.m. The date is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 8:54 p.m. with a quorum present. We will move to action items. And we're moving to action agenda item A, approve proposed termination of certain probationary contract employees for good cause pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. I will take that motion. I move to approve the proposed mid-contract termination of Kathy Wilburn's probationary employment contract for good cause pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. May I have a second? Second from Trustee Luevanos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting, please. And the motion passes unanimously. Item B, consider the Level 3 grievance of Todd Daniel requires meeting in closed session. So the time is 8:55 and we will stay in open session. And thanks for the 2 saves. And at this time in the meeting, our board counsel, Ben Castillo, will hear the grievance and preside.
All right. All right, good evening. The purpose of the portion of this meeting is to hear the Level 3 complaint of Mr. Todd Daniel. This hearing is being conducted during a duly called meeting of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees convened on Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I am Benjamin Castillo, the hearing officer for the pending grievance. For the record, a quorum is present. The following board members are present: Trustee Wallace Bridges, Trustee Andar, Trustee C.J. Evans, Board President Toby Jackson, Trustee Anayed Luevanos, Trustee Roxanne Martinez, Trustee Quentin Phillips, Trustee Dr. Camille Rodriguez, and Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan. We are meeting to consider the Level 3 complaint of Mr. Todd Daniel. Would each of you and any representative here with you please state your names for the record? Mr. Daniel?
I'm Todd Daniel. Joe Palmer.
Thank you. Will the individual responding on behalf of the administration please state your name for the record?
Rebecca Bradley, attorney for the administration.
Thank you. I will now ask each member of this board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of this body and to arrive at a decision based solely upon the record in this matter and information presented at this meeting, and not on any other information he or she may have heard prior to this meeting. Any member not able to serve should say now and ask to be excused. For the record, all members have stayed seated. A recording of this hearing must be made. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the recording will reflect the proceedings accurately. This hearing will be conducted in open session as follows. The complainants and the administration will each have a total of 15 minutes to make their presentations to the board. This is not a formal legal proceeding, so no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. Also, there is no cross-examination. The board is not required to consider documentation or claims not previously submitted or issues not previously raised. However, Mr. Daniel did provide me with some documentation which has been placed at your desks. There will be an opportunity for board members to ask questions. However, board members are not subject to questioning by the complainant, administration, or legal counsel, nor are they required to ask questions. As the complainant, Mr. Daniel, you will present first. I will keep time for the presentations and will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker?
If you'd leave me 2 minutes, that'd be great.
Okay. Any time remaining of your 15 minutes after your initial presentation can be used by you for rebuttal after the administration's response. The administration's presentation will follow the complainant's initial presentation. Ms. Bradley, I will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker?
2 minutes is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Any time remaining of your 15 minutes after your initial response can be used by you for rebuttal after the complainant's rebuttal. Following the presentations, the board will meet in closed session outside the presence of the complainant and counsel for the administration and will consult with its attorney for advice, and then may return to open session to deliberate and take any action, if any. Does anyone have any questions or initial procedural matters that need to be discussed?
None from the administration. Thank you.
The only question is, we had an open records request that is still pending, and it's there's a ruling from the AG, and I've mentioned that in level 1 also, and Linda Jackson, I reserve my right to make that part of evidence in this, but it still hasn't been provided by the administration.
Okay, noted. And another just kind of quick reminder, at any time if either party mentions names of administrators by my motion or a motion of a trustee, I may take this into closed session to be in compliance with the government code. And also, if there's a mention of a title and there's only one person with that title, that may apply as well. So just be cognizant of that. Mr. Daniel, you may begin. I will take time.
You can't reference that person. Just one moment clarification.
Are you saying you cannot reference the person if it's...
I can't reference their title?
If there's only one, then it's very easy to know who it is.
So are you saying that he cannot reference that person?
I'm saying he can, but we may go into closed session. If he wants to stay in open session, I would refrain from doing so.
Well, my plan was to just use titles to try and avoid, you know, outing anybody by name. But they're part of the background of what's happened and what's transpired. So, I mean, their roles are important to everything.
Okay. Well,
Let me just make sure I understand. Are you saying that at the moment that he references the individual by their title, at that moment you will go into executive session?
Possibly. If there's only one, possibly. More than likely.
Okay, well, I wouldn't reference that then.
Let me clarify. One of the trustees asked me this question. We will not go into executive session as a body, but we will move this hearing into closed session. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
An individual with the district.
All right.
So whenever you're ready, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Thank you guys for the opportunity to bring this to your attention formally. I want this meeting also to serve as constructive notice to members of the board. If the board were to refuse to take some kind of decisive action based on the clear evidence and violations of the law I'm about to present, in addition to the complaint I've already filed with the AG over the failure regarding the open records request, I'm prepared to continue on and file complaints with the TEA, the Texas Comptroller, Texas Ethics Commission, the Department of Education, and provide information to the U.S. Justice Department regarding possible ADA violations as well. As elected officials with oversight and responsibility, and you have a duty to follow the law and to make sure it's followed. The public's confidence in your ability to lead competently is on the line here. Note, for example, it's also against the law not to report a crime or to fail to render aid to injured people. I also would refer you to Texas Local Government Code Title III, Subtitle B, Chapter 87.012, 14, and 87.013, entitled Officers Subject to Removal and Grounds for Removal. Let me summarize the background to this grievance. In October, almost a year ago, I read a CBS News article in which there was in which the FBI warned that Ed5 products and programs were illegally surveying students and harvesting and sharing their personally identifiable information, PII. Following this, I received an email from Fort Worth ISD about a planned Panorama social emotional learning survey the district was about to administer to students that same week. I contacted the district and was put in touch with a director. In this conversation, I expressed my concerns over privacy, parental permission, and I also asked for a copy of the questions. I said that I was specifically concerned about Panorama, Rhythm, and SurveyMonkey, and wanted to know the educational purpose of these surveys. I asked for the privacy policies, consent forms, and data sharing agreements, and who in the district is receiving the data gleaned through the surveys, and how they were analyzing or acting on the answers given by students. In the conversation, she said that they use the data to conduct student interventions. She told me that she wanted to get with her legal department and others so as not to provide me with any incorrect information. The next day, I received an email from this same director telling me that the technology usage agreement signed by parents at the beginning of the year during online registration to receive a school-issued laptop addresses the student privacy issues, and that I would need to do an open records request to get a copy of the survey questions. Ignored were my requests regarding parental consent, the educational purpose of the survey, and who specifically the data is shared with. In this instance, and many things I've discovered since, Fort Worth ISD is violating at least 3 federal laws, along with state laws, TEA guidance and reporting requirements, and their own policies. To make this more easily understandable, I'm going to break down the evidence into 2 categories. Category 1, you planned and knowingly rolled out SEL programs in violation of federal state laws and monetized student data and recklessly managed personally identifiable information. For a minute, I'm going to be specific just to the Panorama rollout. Panorama survey rollout, the board approved the administration's recommendation to purchase this program utilizing state compensatory education funds and executed the documents on 8/24/21. Among the supporting documents provided were the Panorama Education Service Order with terms and conditions and data sharing agreement and process. These documents included roles and responsibilities of both parties, proper handling of student information, confidentiality, federal statutory requirements, and responsibility for improper disclosure of personally identifiable information, and other clauses assuring proper use. Through these documents, both parties acknowledge relevant statutes with regards to student data and parental notification. In the very service order accompanying this, the district stated their intent to use the program for K through 12 and to collect the following rostering information on each student: school name, school ID, name, ID number, grade level, and the following optional data also: gender, race, ethnicity, English language learner, and special education status. They eventually used this survey platform for grades 3 through 12. I want to mention some laws that I've referred to. The Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, PPRA, requires that parents must be notified in advance of a survey and have the right to opt their children out of participating. Written parental consent must be obtained if the survey asks personal or sensitive information, which these do. The school and/or other contractors must also make these surveys available for inspection by parents ahead of time to allow them to decide whether to consent or opt out. Also, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, also known as FERPA, provides the right to be informed as the school district's criteria in determining who constitutes a school official or other third party with legitimate educational interest to whom the school district intends to disclose personally identifiable information without parental consent. Further, the Texas Education Code states in section 26.009 that a school district employee must obtain written consent of the child's parents to conduct psychological tests or to provide psychological treatments. 1, I never gave parental consent for my children to participate in these surveys. The district cannot, to this date, despite an AG ruling requiring them to provide it, produce a document. It does not exist. 2, the district refused to make the survey questions available to me to inspect prior to the surveys. I was told to do an open records request as the surveys were being rolled out. Not knowing what the questions were on the survey, who would have access to the answers, how it would be graded, or what it would ultimately be used for, I reached out to the principal in my pyramid to opt my children out. I did do an open records request. The district requested exemptions from the AG disclosure of responsive documents. The AG ruled they must provide them. To this date, still haven't got it. I've already covered that ground. Throughout this process, the district has taken different stances on whether the survey answers and student records are only looked at in an aggregate manner or drilled down to in an individual student level for interventions and referrals to third-party agencies. In another administrator, high-level administrator, C-level administrator, in a response to my level 1 grievance, he claimed that student survey responses were only reported and reviewed in aggregate form and never at the individual student level. But at the same paragraph, he says certain surveys allow us to capture how a student may be feeling at any given time and affords us an opportunity to intervene if a child is needing assistance. So which is it? I have proof it's the second. In October, another director conveyed the responses would be used for interventions and referrals. That's like child protective services, mental health, police, juvenile services, and were the intent of the SEL survey programs. Subsequently, in a Zoom parent forum, district moderators confirmed and bragged that surveys had been successful because they had led to interventions. They also said the district utilizes other filters and AI, software, predictive analytics, vendor flags, students, using what they call, for example, light speed trigger words across all platforms, including private social media. Light speed products and service descriptions state that they also review and stalk students' social media posts in order to make recommendations for interventions and referrals. This is essentially a Big Brother spying system. Students and parents have never been told about or signed off on. This is a cloaked monitoring of their information. Believe me, I think parents across the board, if they knew this, would be enraged about this secret practice. For interventions and referral of any sort of mental health issue, by law, student data can only be evaluated by a licensed specialist in school psychology, LSSP. Category 2, misappropriation of state compensatory education funds, SCE, and failure to follow statutory guidelines for the use thereof. There are some references with the TEA that I can give you later if you'd like. The goal of the state compensatory education program is to provide funding to reduce disparity in performance on assessment instruments or disparity in rates of high school completion between educationally disadvantaged students, at-risk students, and all other students. The purpose of the state compensatory education program is to increase academic achievement and reduce the dropout rate for these students by providing supplemental programs, services, and instruction. Emphasis added. There are very specific, predefined eligibility criteria for which students and which programs qualify to meet these guidelines. In short, the funds are designed for use for our most at risk and educationally disadvantaged students only. There is an eligibility criteria. I'm not going to read it right now. I would like to refer you to a bullet point that was a response to my level 1 grievance from one of the chief administrators. This was dated 8/3/2022. He said, utilizing state compensatory education funding to support district student surveys was not a fraudulent use of funds at the time of procurement. Our then Chief Financial Officer reviewed guidelines and requirements for use of such funds and found this purchase to meet the defined criteria. The information used to make this determination is attached as District Exhibit 3. Specifically, you will find under Section 612.2 compensatory education objectives that was utilized to make this determination. Please compare his statement with the correspondence I received from
individual.
Not in this organization, though. Anyway, TEA lead auditor and trainer for SEE grants. She copied her superior, who is the director of the Division of Financial Compliance with TEA. Mr. Daniel, this information is in reference to your question about using state compensatory education direct funds for the purchase of surveys needed to identify at-risk students. This would be an unallowable state compensatory education funded expense. The reason being is that according to statute TEC 48.104, state compensatory education funds provide additional resources to reduce any disparity in performance on assessment instruments and or disparity in rates of high school completion between educationally disadvantaged students and at-risk students and all other students. The cost of the survey would not meet this definition. SCE funds are supplemental to the regular education program and cannot be used to meet district federal requirements. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but I've given you all a copy. And then in a further letter, a follow-up letter, additional guidance regarding the use of SE funds may be found in Module 6, State Compensatory Education Guidelines, Financial Treatment, and Auditing Reporting System, Sections 6.3.2.1 and 6.2.7 versus what the administrator here had said. Additionally, please consult with blah, blah, blah. Also, she said, in reference to our conversation, which the information detailed in Module 6, as the administrator had said, Section 1.2.2 was used to justify the cost of the screening
2
tool.
minutes, Mr. Daniels.
How many?
2 minutes.
Anyway, I've given you a copy of this so you can read that. As mentioned earlier, I'll save the rest for my rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bradley?
Thank you. Good evening. Board members, Mr. Castillo, Dr. Ramsey. I always want to start with commending the grievant because this is not an easy task for any complainant to come before you all and to make their case. And so I commend Mr. Daniel tonight for his presentation and for advocating for what he believes. With that said, Mr. Daniel's grievance is without merit based on hypothetical concerns, generalizations, as well as untimely claims. For those reasons, the district's administration asks that Mr. Daniel's complaint be denied and the level 1 response be upheld in its entirety. As a couple of preliminary matters, it's my understanding you received a packet this evening that is new information in violation of board policy, and I object to that being included in the record and ask that that be disregarded by the board. Additionally, the open records request that Mr. Daniel mentioned, there is a response in your binder from the Attorney General that specifically states no records were provided because all of the records that were responsive were provided to Mr. Daniel at the time of the request. The district just did not formally withdraw from the Attorney General the original response. So he has all records that are responsive. However, it seems that he believes that there are additional records that do not exist that he is entitled to. So then looking at his complaint about not reporting a crime, there has been no evidence of a crime or a criminal act in this situation. Even under the citations of the Education Code, the federal and state laws, those are not criminal acts, even assuming but not conceding that those were true. So those laws do not apply. Mr. Daniels himself has indicated that he raised these concerns in October of 2021. Here we sit in October of 2022, a full year later, this grievance is untimely and should be dismissed on the basis of timeliness alone. Without waiver of that, looking at his concerns about Chapter 26 of the Texas Education Code, there's no evidence that there was any psychological request or treatment provided to students without parent consent. Even if there was a warning sign, let's say, for example, that a student on the Rhythm app picked the sad face that day, and the teacher went and had a conversation with that student, that does not indicate that that is a psychological examination. It does not require an LSSP. And in fact, under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, teachers are part of the child find process that requires referral when a suspicion of disability. And there is a full informed consent process that the district has for that. So there is no actual psychological examination. Under the logic that Mr. Daniel presents, any teacher who gives a welcome survey to get to know their students at the beginning of the year and ask them questions about their personal life would be giving a survey in violation of federal laws. It's simply not the same. He also makes a complaint under the PPRA. That is a federal law that governs surveys, but it governs specifically two types of surveys. It governs surveys that are funded by the Department of Education and meet one of the 8 criteria that are listed in the document provided by Mr. Daniel in the Exhibit 6. Specifically, when you look at those 8, there is nothing here that says personal information is not allowed to be asked. We have teachers asking that information every day to get to know students. That is not impermissible. Additionally, we're not talking about surveys that are Department of Education funded. Those are the only surveys that will require an opt-in at the beginning of the process. The second type of survey that the PPRA governs are surveys that meet one of those 8 criteria, but are not funded by the Department of Education. Here, we're talking about locally administered optional surveys that are not required and do not meet any one of the 8 criteria in your Exhibit 6. So the PPRA is not applicable to this survey, or at least the Panorama survey that has been specified. There have been no other surveys other than Rhythm and Panorama that have been specified by Mr. Daniel at issue. While there may have been other surveys administered, they have not been brought to the attention and are not part of the local record as part of the concern. Additionally, under FERPA, a school official, FERPA is the law that requires student personally identifiable information to be maintained as confidential and cannot be disclosed without parental consent, except in limited circumstances. One of those circumstances is a school official with a legitimate educational interest, or a contractor acting in the position of a school official. Panorama was a contractor with the district. They were acting in a capacity that your grants department or any one of your accountability departments would have potentially served as a contractor. They had a right to that information, and in fact, if you look at the data sharing agreement in the exhibits that was provided as part of Mr. Moore's grievance response, it actually said, it has a whole Section 8 about protection of student privacy. It has a whole section contractually to say that Panorama would not misuse that information, that they would collect it in aggregate form, and they are only allowed to use that aggregate form information. That is not specific, personally identifiable information. When we look at, he talks about K through 12, collecting, rostering, school ID, and grade level. Yes, that is what it provides, because it gives teachers immediate feedback on their climate in their classroom so that they can respond appropriately. He also mentioned light speed. This issue is new. It was not raised at the level 1 and is not subject to the grievance tonight. However, without waiving the foregoing, the U.S. Secret Service issued a report on school safety in 2019 that indicated that most acts of school violence could have been predicted had the right security measures been in place. We are talking about security measures that would allow the district to know about threats, that would also work with a contractor who maintains confidentiality of that information. It is not meant to be a Big Brother platform. It is meant to focus on security and safety of the district. When we look at, he also indicated concerns with the state compensatory education funds, the program there. Again, I ask that and object to the inclusion of this document, but without waiver, and to address it, it mischaracterizes Panorama as a screener. Panorama was never used to screen or identify at-risk students. You have other measures that do that. What it was utilized for was to determine the school climate and to help with a student who's having a bad day. This is no different than my daughter in kindergarten having a handle with care tag because something happened at home and her teacher needs to know in her folder that she's having a rough morning. It's just to give that information. Social emotional learning and school climate impacts student academic success, as has been statistically proven over and over and over again. Who needs this more than at-risk students? The Panorama survey is meant to develop that social emotional competency. It is not meant as a screener. It was not a misapplication, and it is actually aligned with the district improvement plan and the comprehensive needs assessment, which is what's required when you read the rest of the criteria. Therefore, taking all of that into consideration, the administration requests that the level 1 be upheld in its entirety and Mr. Daniels' grievance be denied here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. You have 6 minutes and 16 seconds left to rebuttal. In an effort to keep the record clean, and since you continued with your arguments anyway, I'm going to deny your objection. And the basis is that this is a grievance under GF local. Mr. Daniels, you have 1:45 left.
First of all, the untimely is due to there's no untimely on my part. I've followed every procedure. The district has been late on all the responses so far. Anyway, so there's no untimeliness on my part. I've been following it for a year. The district has no informed consent of parents. They have no written consent, and that's why they're not providing the responsive documents that the AG is required. Yeah, so it doesn't exist, and that's a bunch of bull. All right. My original grievance also is for all SEL surveys and all SEL lens surveys. The district has not measured any of these things. In their campus improvement plans and district improvement plans, there is no formative and substantive review that is listed that is required by state compensatory funds. As far as the presenting my evidence, I reserve the right with the senior legal counsel in my level 1 to provide contemporaneous information that was withheld, and that's part of this. So you can review the record. It's on file. I'm going to pause there for any questions, whatever.
The balance of your time.
What is the balance of my time, by the way? 35 seconds. Okay, I'll keep that.
But no, that you only had one chance for. Yes, or you could close your.
Okay, I want to speak to the fact. That the Panorama contract says that they don't take data under anyone under 18 because of PERPA, FERPA, COPA, all these things, and that the
council know what Panorama is?
and how does council know what the usage of this rollout was? She lives in Dallas. She comes over here once in a while for these things. She doesn't know anything about this. Yeah. Yeah, how do you make an assertion about the usage of it and of Panorama? Well, what is the expertise that she brings to this? I don't know. Anyway, Panorama says they don't take data under kids under 18 for a reason, and the district did. So that's it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bradley, you have. Well, excuse me. You have 6 minutes left if you have a rebuttal.
Sure. So when he mentions that he was timely, he did not file the grievance until June of this year. While he was listed as a support person for a prior grievance, that grievance has been closed. The board has issued a decision, and that is outside of the scope of this grievance tonight. While they are similar subject matter, they are simply not the same. Those were by different grievance. Additionally, looking at the contemporaneous information that was allowed to be let in at the level 1, that was for any documents that he had at the time that would be supplemented or provided at the conclusion of that grievance. That information was provided and was incorporated in the level 1 response and is included in the record. There was no indefinite timeline to provide additional information, including tonight. When looking at COPA, that was mentioned for the first time in the rebuttal. COPA is not a law that regulates school district. It regulates the outside provider or the contractor that is providing that technology resource. That is why Panorama is not allowed to collect personally identifiable information about students under 18. It maintains it in the aggregate, and it utilizes that information in the aggregate because that is not regulated by COPA. Again, that's regulated by the FTC, is not an obligation of the school district, but actually an obligation of the technology contractor. As far as my knowledge, I am not here speaking independently of my own opinion. I am here representing district administration who has knowledge and has shared that knowledge throughout the local record and has been consistent in providing that information. It is not my personal knowledge that matters, it is the district administration's knowledge. And finally, when we look at the 3 remedies One of the remedies was already granted and is moot at this point. The district is working diligently through a process with parent involvement and engagement that allows processes and procedures to be reviewed. The district recognized at your direction in April 2022 that, yes, there are things that could be tightened up. There are always procedures that could be better and processes that could be better. And so they are willing to review those and hopefully roll those out before the start of the next school year. As for the other two requested relief, the first one is to cease all SEL surveys or surveys of this nature. That is a broad category. We can't even agree on what constitutes a survey or what is a questionnaire versus a survey. To say that is overly broad. It also would impact your grants and your accountability measurements because surveys are utilized in that process as well. So it's simply not something that the board should grant at this time, and the administration respectfully requests that you not. As for the second component, or the second requested relief that was not granted, was an acknowledgement of the violations and a breach of trust. Mr. Daniel has not provided evidence outside of generalities and broad sweeping statements that a violation has occurred. While he has indicated a breach of trust on his behalf, there is no evidence that that breach of trust was warranted or was related to any illegal action. The district has acknowledged, as was stated in the level 1, that processes and procedures could be better. We could always have more parental involvement, but it does not mean that it's required. That is the district's approach, not a legal requirement. For those reasons, district administration again respectfully requests that Mr. Daniel's grievance be denied and the level 1 be upheld in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. That concludes the presentation portion of this hearing. At this time, the board may ask questions of either the complainant or the administration's counsel, or it could request to reconvene into closed session to get legal advice from me, its board counsel. It's up to the board.
I'd like to ask that we reconvene and get legal advice.
Okay. Yes.
The time is 9:30. The date is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6. The time is 9:47, and we are reconvening at open session. Do I have a motion concerning the grievance of Mr. Todd Daniel?
Yes, President Jackson. After review of the record, I move to uphold the administrative decision at level 1.
Second.
Second by Trustee Rodriguez. Any discussion? Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. The time is now 9:47 p.m., and this meeting is officially adjourned.